This is last
some
year.
canyon
We know
out of
we are talking
Eldorado.
about this
There
year
was
behind that.
a little bit at the edges
There's
of Rocky
a
Mountain.
major predator
And
area.
places that I can't
Some
really
of our
remember the name
releases
anymore.
were
It's
later
been-
than usual.
It's been 20 years since I went there. So.
Wow.
You know, when the temperatures get a little
I can
warmer,
remember going up
the,
this canyon, and
you know,
I think
the
it was
bass
Eldorado.
and so forth.
And,
There's the Eldora ski areas back behind Boulder. It's like one
Yeah.
of the smaller mom and
Actually, I went to an iced over lake
Wow.
in that
There's
vicinity.
always,
That was quite something because
there's
it had
always
this slow wind
like
pack snow
minnow, but
alternating with bare
that's the
ice.
native.
That was real interesting
Most
to
of the
ski
other
on.
things that are in there, catfish, all those things, they're all introduced.
What?
I remember it was
St. Mary's
about
Glacier and Lake.
1978.
Yeah.
We were
Just
releasing
west of Idaho Springs.
Ladderette House. That was our first project to
Yeah,
raise money for the Environmental
Yeah.
Center. And that was when the city
Anyway, it
could
was-
not water because the
Ginger
water
be
was
here shortly.
diminished volume. That year. And the Kiwanis people.
We have a quorum,
We have a quorum, but we have.
And Ginger's the chair.
Yeah, and nobody
pollinated
else wants
stock
to.
were suffering and all that, but
Take up.
that was like this
How
too.
are you, Doug?
Doing good, actually. As I was just telling Jerry when I was chatting with him, I had a good day today. I sold a boat. It's always a good day when you sell a
Beautiful
boat.
boat.
You know?
That's a beautiful boat. Wow. Wow, what a beautiful boat. Yeah. This is his Uniflight that he
How
sold.
big a boat?
37
today.
Unified.
Yeah. Nice.
So that's $540 in mortgage every month. I don't need to pay anymore.
Yeah.
That's why it's a good day.
That's more than some people pay for ranch, you know.
No kidding.
It's the old adage: a boat is a hole in the water you keep pouring money
Boy,
into.
that's no kidding.
It's a beautiful boat. Very beautiful. This is EnviroTrekker. And it's stock. It has a bow ramp. It's a Uniflight too, 32 feet, and then it has davits off the stern we put, and then the upper deck, etc. It was set up as a tour boat and work boat. And then this is the thing I talked to you about. So
Oh, yeah.
it just kind of shows the
Yes.
concepts I have. Talk to you about it more.
Two crags up there, Cameron Pass. Yeah.
That's a beautiful boat
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Really,
And
really pretty boat.
Oh, yeah. my
Been there a
wife's
couple
in
years running.
tears
I have
about
some
selling
friends
it.
back in Fort
Is that
Collins
right?
still.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
She didn't want you to sell it?
No, she didn't.
Oh.
She tells me I need to buy
Yeah,
another one.
it's called
4th of
Agnes
July.
Lake or Lake Agnes.
By the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Sounds
I told her
like
I'd think about it, but it's going to be smaller.
There's a couple of cabins. They're both four bunk cabins, and they're really pretty nice. Stove was a little hot. Yeah, it was like there was no regulator on the stove, so it was like you put a log in there, it burns, everything gets really hot, and it cools off. But it's fun.
Okay, now who owns that light blue Nissan Leaf? It's
That
parked
is
up there right
Alita's.
now.
Is that Alita's? Oh, okay.
Who is
Yeah.
she?
City engineer.
City engineer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to talk with
That's a
her
roaster.
because I need to collect a few compatriots to argue that the city needs to put an electric car charging station at City Hall.
Up here at City Hall. Yeah. Okay. Well, you
Well,
might
the
have
city
someone,
has them.
you might have someone on your side
here.
now.
I actually just had a meeting with PGE about that today.
Yeah. Putting one here or over at Ops.
No, retrofitting the one down on Main Street.
Oh, with a 220 rather than a 110 with a level 2, yeah.
Well, that and that it's no longer free parking and free electricity for anyone that comes there, so that one person or two people don't basically monopolize the parking space and the only charging station.
Oh, well,
we have
that
on
would
Main
be
Street.
good, but you know, the technology's moved on. 110 level 1 parking isn't of much use to people. I mean, it really needs to go to at least level 2.
Yeah, so
Like
we're-
all of the county ones. The county's got, what, 4 or 5 over there at Red Soils Complex.
So we're looking at upgrading that one over there, both
Uh-huh.
in capacity and controllability.
Uh-huh.
And then we're also looking to start a relationship with one of the car charging station vendors, so that it's really what we'd like is a turnkey alternative.
Well, yeah, that's what Blink and people
Yeah.
like that do, if I understand it right.
Yeah, and then incorporate whoever we start this relationship with into our design for the police station, because with the parking that's going to be required there,
Sure.
we'll hit the threshold where we'll have
Makes
to-
sense. I think that's what the county has done because their charging stations are Blink ones.
How long ago was that one put in down by the
08.
08? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And it is a very old design.
Yeah.
We pay for the power. PGE paid for the station itself, and there was a IGA that we had worked out, and I've got to try and see if we can get both parties to release each other from the IGA so that I can retrofit the station.
Wow. Okay.
So,
Is that pretty easy to do?
I don't know. I've never done it before.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know.
Where's the will,
Doug,
is the way.
is that
right?
pretty easy to do? I don't know.
What's that?
Get both parties to release each other from an IGA.
For
As long as they both agree, I don't see that it's difficult.
We don't do the IGAs as a commission. That's your that's your lawyer and your staff, and so
yeah.
you get the
since-
commission to give you permission to do it. But don't ask me if it's easy to do.
Just as long as,
Something like that ought to be pretty
Yeah.
straightforward.
yeah, it ought to.
Ought to be in the operative word.
Yeah, my hope is that by midsummer we get that upgraded. The infrastructure actually to upgrade it's pretty easy. The electricity is already there and it's plumbed underground. That's the hardest part.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's basically just turning the breaker off, popping that out, and putting something new in.
I remember when they inaugurated that, there was a guy who drives to Portland in a retrofitted Fiat or
Mm-hmm.
just a little Beetle car. Haven't seen him around for.
I can tell you we've gotten some complaints because there are two cars that predominantly are the ones that they get there first thing in the morning, they park there, they plug in, and they stay until 4:30 in the afternoon.
Unless they have there's a 110 level one like that right in downtown Milwaukee too, right next to the where the farmers market is there. Same problem. Some guy comes down there, hooks up for the day every
Yep.
morning.
Good evening, everybody.
Good seeing you.
My apologies. I'm still
Good to
on
see you.
Beijing time. Just got
how
back
you
from
feeling?
China.
You got back from China?
Yeah.
What were you doing in China?
Well,
Administrative exchange program.
Wow.
Their principal came over to my school for 2 weeks, and I went over to her
They-
school for 2
But
weeks.
they actually let you come back.
They did.
Good. That's a good thing.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away.
welcome back.
Good to be home.
Yeah.
Have we called the meeting to order?
No, we
No.
Okay,
we
meeting's
didn't-
called
we
to
didn't
order.
do that.
All right.
All right.
First order of business, applicant interviews.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We have Bill Clark here, and he has applied for the other non-city position, which is vacant. And Bill, come on up and introduce yourself. And welcome.
Thank you.
You bet.
Pete, could I ask one clarifying question?
Sure,
first?
absolutely.
Just about vacancies
Yeah.
on the group. I mean,
Yep.
as I understood it, that we have 2 members who have applied to be reappointed.
That's right.
And then we have a 3rd vacancy beyond those 2.
Mm-hmm.
Have the 2 reappointments been approved?
No, the mayor has been waiting for the interview for the 3.
I see. So then a
to make-
package would go with a recommendation for the 3rd appointment and the
As-
recommendations for the reappointments at the same time?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's why their names weren't showing on the screen. So that will be taken care of, and we will have our appointments, I think, at the next city commission meeting. So, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Pretty informal here. We have some suggested questions. We generally do it in a round robin style, and we can keep it pretty conversational to about 15 minutes for this item. For my part, I've met Bill a few times in
March
Yeah.
March of 2014.
Yeah. And we have a mutual old friend, a colleague of Bill's from Colorado Division of Wildlife, is an old Colorado State University colleague of mine, and former kayaking buddy, Mike Sherman at Colorado Division of Wildlife.
Wow.
He's a biologist.
Small world.
Small world.
Yes, no kidding.
So the first suggested question, I believe, in the staff report. I put them in the staff report this time, so you and kind of read them off of there. And I'll kick it off if it comes up. Yeah. Bill, why are you applying for a position on the Natural Resources Committee?
Well, I've asked myself that a couple of times, but I'm retired, and the purpose and scope of activities of the committee is very similar to the work I've done my entire life. And I liked my professional life. I didn't really want to retire, but comes a certain time when you have to or need to. So I did retire, but I like to be involved in natural resource issues. My biggest passions are salmon and our salmonids, steelhead, and Native American history.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a little archaeology. I've had some archaeology training, but let's see. Still on the why. I just really like to be involved, and I think there's issues here that I've been involved with for the last 40 years that I like to be involved with and be a part of, and I think I might have something to offer. Something to give back to the community.
Next question is, what's your background in natural resources?
Well, my entire professional life and college training is in natural resource management. I have a fishery science degree from Colorado State University. I worked as a fish culturist in a fish hatchery. I then worked as a research technician. Then I became a field biologist. Then I became the habitat department manager. There was a fish department, wildlife department, habitat department. And I was a habitat department manager for 25% of Colorado for about 15 years. I was the fish department manager for the same part of Colorado for a couple of years. Had 7 professional biologists and a $2.5 million a year budget. We've done river restoration. I have hundreds of hours of training. Well, actually 120 hours of training in fluvial geomorphology and river mechanics. I've done river restoration projects. I had a Colorado Department of Corrections inmate work crew that we did a lot of bank stabilization projects. These guys were being trained to operate heavy equipment. Mm-hmm. So they learned on some of our jobs on state wildlife areas. I'm a subject matter expert on selecting plant materials for revegetation for wildlife. One of my expertise is in the development of site-specific reseeding recipes. Mm-hmm. In terms of the composition of the mix and how much of each type of plant is in the mix, according to the background information, the potential natural vegetation expected for the site. I'm a subject matter expert on wetlands. I have Regulatory 4 certification from the Corps of Engineers for delineating wetlands. I've testified in federal court in a wetlands lawsuit on state wildlife area. Mm-hmm. I developed a method for defining wildlife habitat variables to map in the first field GIS system in the nation. It was developed with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and high-level members of our Denver staff, but I was the first to start doing it in the field, and we're talking seasonal activity areas for the major species, deer, elk, bear, mountain lion, gold, all the raptors, nest mapping, all that kind of stuff. But one of the most contentious things was the definition. Well, how did you come up with these maps? And when we started, it was just the people for a geographic area would get in a room and draw where the elk were in the winter. And that got to be unsatisfactory. And so I developed, with the help of my staff, a system for doing literature review and experts on species, getting their input, and then submitting a proposal for the definitions of what we were going to map. I don't want to get too far off on that, but I've been doing GIS since 1973. Let's see, I've coordinated with the soil and water conservation districts, county governments, municipal governments, regional council of governments like Metro. We had the Northwest Council of Governments in Northwest Colorado, which is where most of the major water projects, ski areas, mines, coal mines, oil shale, all of the oil shale, and most of the oil and gas resources were in the part of Colorado that I had responsibility for. So I'm well versed in giant projects like Blue Heron. Let's see, what else? I'm aquatic entomology. One of my studies I did for an oil company, I started, they're still conducting it, monitoring water quality by the assemblage of invertebrates in the invertebrate community. Over time, we've been doing it for about 10 years, and the particularly oil company that we're doing it, that I was doing it for, thinks it's one of the best studies they have that they were required to do. So I felt pretty good about that. I worked mostly in my career with threatened subspecies of cutthroat trout. There's 14 subspecies of cutthroat. 2 are extinct. There's 3 in Colorado. One of the extinct ones was yellowfin from Colorado. But there's 3 subspecies in Colorado, and of course several out here. The bull trout is a close relative. We didn't have anything like steelhead, so I went through the scope of activities and for the committee. And I helped start 2 river basin councils, the Eagle River Basin Council and the Roaring Fork River Basin Council. And we formed those to get people to work together to solve stream bank erosion problems without regard to where all the money was coming from. It was just community efforts, people donating materials. We used a lot of old bent up guardrail from the highway department and bioengineered stream bank stabilization, planting of willows, use of rocks, use of logs, tree stumps. I had oversight responsibility for 40 some odd state wildlife areas. Helped review and develop several comprehensive plans. Let's see. Surface water management, eco-friendly habitat development. We had Partners for Wildlife program and Cooperative Habitat Improvement program, which were programs for landowners where basically they would bring in their proposal. We would develop a plan with regards to techniques or vegetation species we were going to work with, and then we would co-op with them where they would pick up 10%, we would pick up 90%, up to $5,000. I've done really a lot of my work. When I retired in 2005, was doing inventories of fish, wildlife, and vegetation on land that was going to be impacted by gas development. So I was the guy that got to go in there and see everything, how nice it was before it got bulldozed. But it was really a lot of fun and great experience. Wetlands, like I said, land use applications. We had, Oregon has a land classification system that they, I think, copied from Colorado. We called it House Bill 1041, but it was where wildlife conflicts, geologic hazards, wildfire conflicts, those sort of things were managed or were mapped and identified by state agencies for the counties for them to use in their land use decisions and that sort of thing. So had 15 years of doing that. The only thing on here I haven't done officially in a job capacity is the Heritage Tree Program, but I love heritage trees. One of the first things I did in Oregon is was look up the council tree over there in Gladstone.
Yeah.
I got to go back and get some better pictures of it, but we had, in the part of Colorado I lived in, we had the state record Siberian elm, which is an invasive, noxious species, but
I can show you a whole bunch.
yeah, this
in a city
one,
park.
huge tree. And then we also had very nearby the Colorado Heritage Ponderosa Pine. It's over 200 feet, which is pretty big for that part of the world. Anyway.
Well,
Very good.
I think he's covered a lot of territory.
I have a question about what volunteer involvement you've had. It sounded like you were involved with overseeing a lot of different programs. Did any of them involve volunteers?
Yeah, I did do the River Council work. We had volunteers would come out and help us mainly cut willows and plant them. We used a lot of volunteers for that. Mostly I was working alongside volunteers and teaching them what to do. They had people that ran a volunteer program. I think one of the questions was, have I ever been appointed to a board? I was appointed to a very unusual board, an interstate commission. I was nominated by Governor Bill Owens and appointed by Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt to be on the Green River Commission. This was in '95. We met every month for over a year in Rock Springs, Wyoming. The first 3 meetings, we had our own secure bomb dog protected parking lot because there had been bombs in Nevada, Oregon, California. The first meeting, 900 people signed up to comment. It was 3.5 days of just sitting and listening. It was a very unusual process. It's similar to what the Native Americans use, consensus, and there's no vote, really. There's no Robert's Rules of Orders, no motions are made or anything like that. You just keep going around the table talking until you finally either agree or agree to disagree. And was mediated by the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, which I had never heard of, but they're primarily used for labor relations issues, and they moderated this. It was trying to get the environmentalists and the oil and gas companies to the table and talking to each other, and each state was allowed to appoint a wildlife biologist, so I was the appointee from Colorado. There was another gentleman from Wyoming, and it was very interesting. The stalemate was lifted. It was related to reauthorization of the Clean Air Act in 1996 by President Clinton. And basically what they did was they traded off public land in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah. They didn't trade it off, but they opened it up for development of oil and gas in exchange for reducing acid rain emissions from the mid-Ohio River Valley into Quebec, Canada.
Wow.
So it was an international deal, and you know, the environmentalists didn't have a chance because it was going to go, whether they wanted it or not. And I think the thing that we learned early on, I learned early in my career in the 70s and 80s, is that it's good to be at the table.
Yeah.
And if you just are too contrary, nobody will let you come to the table. And then you really don't have any input at all. So
I've got a question. Answer in 2 minutes or less. We do have a time limit. This question, if you had authority, what would you do about the sea lions at Willamette Falls? 2 minutes.
oh, that's something I've thought about a lot, and I'm really concerned. If the Columbia River was restored, there would be no sea lion problem, there would be no salmon problem, there would be no steelhead problem.
You got less than 2 minutes.
It is a really tricky problem, and I think the Marine Mammal Protection Act has gone too far. And one of the things I'm extremely interested in pursuing is the historical Native American use of sea lions and seals, and how come they're not using them?
Right.
How come they're not allowed to take some? You know, the state of Washington had a seal ranger till 1973, and their job was to keep seals out of the Columbia River. And seals were in really big trouble, but they're not now, and we need to get some common sense back into managing them. And
Well, they certainly can take wolves off the list real quick. So why not sea lions? You know?
right. Well, I haven't really studied the Marine Mammal Protection Act that strict or that in depth yet, but it is something that really concerns me. And as the salmon situation, we've had a couple of good years here for salmon runs, but we need to remember the ocean's warming up, the pH is changing. Fukushima is leaking more radioactive stuff than anybody ever wants to know, and it's only a matter of time.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Well, and we're about out of time for the interview process as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
We're
okay.
not.
It's fascinating.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not,
It's been a pleasure getting to
Yes,
know
it
you.
has.
I could do a quick question. Is so your professional life was primarily in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay.
On the western slope, what we call the western slope. Everybody thinks Colorado is like the mountains down the middle. But the east third is high plains and the west third is a desert. And I worked my whole career on the west slope of the mountains in the desert part. So I had the high country too, the ski areas, Vail, Aspen.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
All right.
Please
Get you later.
stay, please stay for discussions.
We were wondering if I should leave so you can decide whether I...
So
Well, I don't think it's necessary. Please go ahead.
you
And,
feel free to hang out. That's
Right.
what they're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, say I wouldn't want to be here.
that's right.
Madam Chairman, before we leave this subject, I heard Dr. DeHart ask about how does this forward. Can we make a recommendation? I'd like to see us make a recommendation tonight that Mr. Clark here and the other two candidates who we interviewed, Mr. Craven and Mr. Boyce, be moved forward to the appointment level, subject to the mayor's decision.
Okay.
It's been moved. We'll need a second.
Second.
All right, you've moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. Unanimous.
Congrats.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We added the section for agenda analysis,
Thank you.
where you can move items for discussion. And then if you do this, then we will not be talking about them during your communications section of the agenda. We would talk about them as a discussion and decision item.
I'm not.
And you can do it at the consent of the committee.
I'm confused.
Oh, well, this is kind of a model that the Transportation Advisory Committee uses,
Mhm.
where they allow members to suggest items
Oh, okay.
for discussion that aren't on the agenda, as long as the committee consents.
Could be a future agenda too, right?
Could be a future agenda item
Right.
too. Yeah, yeah.
So it's a mechanism
Yeah.
to modify or supplement the agenda
Supplement
with
it.
consensus.
With consensus of the group. Correct. Yeah.
One of the things that would have been on tonight's agenda, if we were taking old business and dealing with it, was my willingness to conduct a tour by chartered vehicle. All right, I can't do that. My life is so busy with the river tours for Oregon City, and then another river tour and so forth. I just can't make this work this spring. And I was suggesting to Pete that we consider doing it by oxen in the fall, because that might really draw attention. This was a chance to look at the legacy areas of Oregon City from a natural resource standpoint. We did it 2 years ago, went well. We did it in conjunction with Willamette Falls Festival, which Alice Norris was hosting at that time. And that worked fine, and we did fill the bus pretty much, but I feel like the venue is just too crowded this spring, and I'm sorry I just don't have the time, so I'd like to remove that from the agenda. Even though it wasn't on the agenda, I'd like to make sure we don't worry about it tonight, unless you want to discuss it.
Well, I appreciate that, Jerry.
Thanks for bringing that up.
understand you're busy, and
And I would like to, for the future, not necessarily tonight, but a couple of meetings ago at least, maybe in November, we talked about what is really happening with the Cove. I know the Cove DDA is, if not signed, is in the process of being signed, a new DDA. Like to have a report in the future from whoever about the status of the provisions that we all worked on.
I did review the Urban Renewal Commission's agenda. I could address it briefly during the communication section of the agenda tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
More to the point are the trees that we all were trying to see stewarded that the developer was willing to steward. Are they still in the spectrum?
Well, I don't know the
You don't know
details of
that
it
yet.
right
Okay.
now.
Sometime in the future.
Yeah, I'll talk about what I do know.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the only two things I have.
Okay.
Anyone else have anything? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item then.
Which is approval of the minutes for May 14th and August 13th of last year.
I've looked through those and they look okay. Did anyone have any corrections?
No
or
comments on
Okay,
I do not either.
all right, I'll move, or do we have a motion to approve both sets of minutes?
I will move to approve both sets.
I second the
Okay.
motion.
Moved and second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye.
I'll have to abstain.
Yeah. Okay, well, one abstention. Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item. Public comments. I don't see any.
Okay.
No one in the audience besides Bill.
Madam Chair, I'd like to say for the record, it's sad to see not more people coming. I don't know what it's going to do to take people. We used to have at least 6 to 8 people show up, and maybe it's because the dynamics are not controversial enough. I don't know what it is. We'd rather not it be controversial, but I'd sure like to see. I'm willing to work on an aspect of some kind of
Get public
outreach to get
input.
people here. Actually, if each of us were to ask a person who's concerned about resource issues to attend, and Mr. Clark, people that you know too, even from Colorado, we'd welcome.
Okay.
But
That'd be good.
that's the crux of it, isn't it? I mean, people come when there's an issue
Right.
that they're concerned about and feel
Right.
strongly about,
That's true.
which means we have to be involved in issues that they're finding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it means.
Okay.
Well, hopefully the next item will do just that.
Okay.
Thanks, Pete.
Okay. Next item is new business. And Martin Montalvo, our operations manager for Public Works, is here to discuss the updates to the stormwater and grading design standards and applicable code updates for that. I'm going to duplicate this. Turn down the lights a little. That's better. No napping, Bill.
So, good evening. Thank you for your time. I've met most of you, for a few faces I don't recognize. My name is Martin Montalvo. I'm the operations manager for the Public Works Department. And for the last year, I've been working on a project with our...
Thank you. Oh.
Okay. So for the last year, I've been working with our environmental consultant, Brown and Caldwell, on updating the city's stormwater grading and design standards, as well as the required code amendments to bring everything back into sync to be compliant with our latest version of our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. So that's our NPDES permit. We have that permit as well as our MS4 permit, which is our Municipal Separate Sanitary Stormwater. I forget, to be honest with you. But they're both federal permits which are administered by the State Department of Environmental Quality, and they are components of the Clean Water Act. And their primarily attempt is to deal with point source and non-point source pollutants from our stormwater. So just to give you a little background, the intent of our stormwater management program is to try and maintain our natural systems within the confines of the city to the best of our ability. So this is just a brief description of our primary water systems that we're concerned with that run through the city. These changes will have ramifications both on private and public infrastructure. We do have existing standards that we impose on all development, again, both private and public. And these will just amend those standards to be compliant with the new permit. So the intent of it is both to deal with water quality as well as flow control standards. The previous standards really just dealt with trying to deal with water quality. Now we are trying to mimic the natural system by also addressing flow control with these new standards. It's an amendment to, or we're going to be looking at our older drainage master plans. So we have 3 older master plans that encompass Oregon City, and with these new standards, within the next 2 years, we'll be generating a brand new comprehensive citywide stormwater master plan. And that's actually scheduled for fiscal year 2017 to be completed. And so this is a brief rundown of the existing standards that we have. There's the Stormwater Grading Design Manual, which was written in 1999. It's important to note that 1999, we were one of the first communities in the state of Oregon to adopt stormwater grading design standards. The King County Manual, which is the benchmark that everybody tries to emulate, their manual was written in 1998. So we were at the forefront at one point. We share a communal permit with most of Clackamas County, the county itself and the municipalities within Clackamas County. So we're all governed under a communal permit. And we are probably at the midpoint with our partners in terms of adopting new standards. So there are a couple communities that are ahead of us. There's a couple communities that are behind us. And there's a couple communities that are kicking and screaming, being dragged along. So we are about midpoint with everyone else in terms of keeping up to date with the requirements. Additionally, we have an erosion and sediment control manual, which was written by the county, and the local communities all reference it as their point of reference for our erosion and control standards, and we're also updating that in conjunction with this. The 2 points of city code which will be affected by this, primarily it's 13.12. And Pete and I will be going to the Planning Commission next week to present the preliminary changes to Title 13 in the stormwater management section. and then some minor changes to 1747, which is the erosion and sediment controls, basically referencing just a few discrepancies that need to be fixed. So those are the major changes in terms of references and codes that we utilize. So this is a presentation I did for City Commission last night, but why are we making these changes? So the first point being that we have to start addressing several of the known pollutants that are outlined in our permits. So a primary concern for the City of Oregon City is bacteria within our water system, mercury, and temperature. So we already have imposed TMDLs on us for temperature. So we do have an active program to try and increase shading within our riverine systems and creek systems to try and address this. But we do have some pending TMDLs both for mercury and bacteria that we are trying to address. TMDLs, I'm sure you guys are familiar with, but it's total maximum daily loads. It's another component of the Clean Water Act. The intent is to set maximum daily loads of identified pollutants that you can allow to enter into your waterways within your MS4 system. So Oregon City, we are a Phase 1 NPDES permittee along with the rest of the cities within the Clackamas County Basin. And we have a mandate within our permit that you shall adopt new standards promoting LID and addressing several of these issues within the end of this permit term period, which will be this June. So, as I alluded to earlier, the city must address these standards, and we have to target natural surface conditions. We have to reduce volume and duration. So again, that flow control component, which our current standards do not address. And one of the main things that was outlined in there is actually an explicitly written condition that we have to review our code and remove impediments to low impact development. So by adopting LID, we can also move forward to try and address the flow control issue as well. Yes, sir.
Maybe a lot of people are familiar with the LID term. I don't know.
It's low impact development. So
okay.
it is the.
It's not a local improvement district.
No, it's a new design criteria, new design standards for addressing stormwater. So it's moving away from the 1 acre stormwater pond that you would traditionally see that sometimes is vegetated, most of the times it's not, and trying to go a smaller scale that promotes the water essentially percolating through the soils, so you get bioremediation and you get natural filtration rather than just putting it into a stagnant stormwater pond, letting it sit for 72 hours before it discharges.
Is this a time to ask another question? Who has to do NPDES? Who's required to submit? Cities, colleges,
so
school districts?
It depends on whether you're a point source or a non-point source. So a point source is essentially something, if you've got a pipe that goes into the river,
yep,
that's a point source, and then you have a separate NPDES permit. If you're a non-point source like ourselves, we're trying to deal with sheet flow that goes off the road, gets into our stormwater system, and then from there we control the way that it gets into the rivers. So we have a NPDES permit as a component of our MS4 permit. The county has one. Basically, all of the local governments have one.
School districts with properties? So.
I'm not sure about the school districts. They're a quasi-governmental entity, but I don't believe they're governed by NPDES requirements. They're more of a unique facility. They're not like an industrial facility that's creating an effluent. So, but the school, if they were building a facility, that facility would have to comply with the local government's requirements for NPDES compliance.
Through the development review process. Yeah. So again, we're moving towards implementing low impact development, not implementing it, but encouraging it more, removing the impediments. One of the main goals is to try and capture and treat 80% of our average annual runoff through these types of facilities. So there's a photograph there of what one of these could potentially look like.
And as I stated earlier, these standards were supposed to have been adopted November 1st of 2014. So here I am, 6 months later, and what was supposed to be a year-long project turned into a year and almost 6 months. This is an extremely complex issue, and Public Works, Planning, and our consultants have been working on this for quite some time. So we wanted to give you a little quick update on how we got here. So first thing we did is we evaluated where we were at. So we did a gap analysis. We said, what are our current standards, and we know where we need to be, so what are we missing? So from there, we did a literature search, and we identified all of our appropriate documents that needed to be amended. Then we started conducting some policy workshops with city staff and key stakeholders. So this went on for over a year, and we had monthly meetings for city staff, and then we had 3 large 4-hour workshops for city staff and then our stakeholders to get consensus on the chapters that we were going to be preparing for this new manual. So with that, we took the manual that had already been prepared by Water Environmental Services. That was one of the things that we looked at during our literature search, is who's got something out there that we like, that suits our needs, is appropriate, and that we can basically retrofit to meet all of our goals and expectations. So West's manual was one of those that we looked at. We looked at 3 different manuals, but we felt that was our most appropriate. It also gave us a certain level of regional cohesiveness that we really liked. There were several other cities that were doing the same approach, and what the development community has told us is, we don't mind complying with your regulations, but just let us know what it is. Don't keep changing the rules. And they do like it when there is a certain level of cohesiveness within the region, because then they can plan their projects if they know what's the target that they have to hit. So from there, we developed the manual, which I have here for you, and it's also now available online as well as at our city facilities that are available for review. And then we began our outreach effort. So we've conducted, on February 19th, we conducted a couple engineering workshops. We've come and spoken to the City Commission. We are speaking with you guys. My hope this evening is get consensus with you. And then we'll also be presenting to the Planning Commission. We'll be presenting to, there's a developer working group that planning meets with, and we're going to talk to them. Mm-hmm. And then we'll be coming back with our changes to City Commission on May 6th for final adoption of the ordinance and 2 resolutions for the manuals. So these are some of the things that we had to look at. It gives you an idea why a 12-month turned into an 18-month. The scope of this, really started to evolve as we started delving deeper and deeper and deeper, and finding out that a 1999 manual really wasn't meeting our needs any further. We just wanted to point this out to you to let you know this was a comprehensive look. It wasn't just we're just trying to check the boxes that DEQ has given us. So we really did start from scratch, and then this is where we're at. So the new stormwater grading manual gives you 9 definitive chapters, and then also has several appendices that provide you information that we previously did not provide. So it outlines just the general requirements, but then some of the things that I really like we wrote into this one is, for those of you who are familiar with development, developer comes in, builds a subdivision, and traditionally what happens is part of the infrastructure goes to the city to maintain, and the other part of the infrastructure goes to the homeowners association to maintain. And what we've found is the homeowners association, when you ask them, well, are you maintaining this? Some guy will raise his hands and go, I never knew we had to, and we don't know how to, even if we did. So we've created standard templates that the developer or whoever is building the property is required to complete, saying, what's the operations and maintenance plan for this facility? How do you maintain it on the long term? What are the requirements for the facility? So the frequency of maintenance. Where do you get parts or components if you're one of your decisions is to go with a structural BMP? How do you plant it? What are the best plants and soil types to be used at this facility? So giving that level of guidance that we really kind of left it up to the individual engineer to figure it out. So this is the new manual. The major changes, we have a brief worksheet that we had prepared. And did we include that in the...
I did not include that.
Okay, we'll get that to you later today as an email. So we prepared a 3-page summary of a 400-page document that outlined the major significant changes. So these are just a summary of some of those. So one of the things that we wanted to go to is a single set of thresholds for water quality and flow control. Previously, our thresholds varied depending on the type of development, and the actual parameter that we were trying to meet. So rather than have this game of if then that, if then that, if then that, now it's one single if this then this. So it makes it pretty simple and pretty elegant that you don't have to keep jumping through this Rubik of how do we get to where we're finally trying to get. So we do require flow control standards now need to be met. We do have to have some duration matching. Best way to meet that is to try and implement LID. I wish I could give you a better explanation of the flow control standards. I'm a biologist, not an engineer. And I've had this explained to me 24 times, and I will defer you to our engineers in our stormwater department. All right. So we've outlined maintenance requirements, which we hadn't done previously. We do really like the fact that we have a certain level of regional consistency. And then one of the things which we adopted is a stormwater BMP sizing tool. So previously, engineers had to develop unique stormwater facilities for their site and had to do in-depth calculations. And we've tried to simplify that by creating an algorithm and a program that says you have to collect certain site information. They put it into a worksheet. You take that information and transpose it into the algorithm, into the program, and it will help you size your facilities for you. It makes the process much easier for all parties. We particularly like it because it makes it much easier for us on the review side. So if they're using our tool and they're putting in good information, which by filling out this worksheet, we know if they're putting in good information, we're not having to pay a third-party engineer to come back and back calculate their information. So it makes our review process much more streamlined. And again, it says see the handout for details, and we'll get that to you later today. So this is the sizing tool. The tool gives you a choice of certain LID stormwater facilities that you can choose. You simply need to figure out some of the general parameters of your facility, of your overall site, and then pick the type of tool that you would like to use, and it can help you determine the appropriate size, the appropriate depth. What it won't tell you is the appropriate location, but any engineer worth his salt will know water flows downhill, and that's probably your best location. So, case study. We did several case studies when we did the engineering workshop, and I'm going to present one of them to you. This is the Cooperstown Shopping Center over on Malala. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with the location. It's approximately 2.6 acres. Previously was undeveloped pasture lands, field. When they developed it, they turned it into a lovely asphalt area. Approximately 84% of that field now became impervious. Their preferred stormwater approach for this facility was to create an underground detention tank. Complied completely with the standards at the time that this was proposed. So I don't want to see like I'm disparaging the site in any way. It met the standard. So this is to give you an idea. This is the site plan that was approved for the development. So in that large parking area in the middle of the site, beneath there is an underground detention tank. while it's meeting the standard of the time, it has certain drawbacks, one of them being maintenance. You know, to get down there and inspect it, it's confined space entry, so you've got those issues. B, they rely very heavily on that detention tank, diverts water over into a structural treatment system that requires some filters that have to be changed out periodically, and all of that just starts to accumulate. So what we did is we took this site and we said, all right, if we used our sizing tool and we took their drainage report, which is the information you have to put into the sizing tool, how could we have engineered this differently? So this is an example of what we targeted as our preferred stormwater BMP. It's essentially a roadside swale rain garden. City has several of these along Beaver Creek between Malala and 213, and we said this would be our preferred approach to dealing with the stormwater in our case study. There are two systems here. One of them actually allows water to percolate through the soil but then pop off into a drain system that goes into the stormwater system in the event that you get a high deluge event. Another one just relies on percolation. Mm-hmm. So we calculated with the drainage report, if you had taken some of the surrounding areas that you were already having to do landscaping on and converted those into vegetated swales, this is the approximate footprint, and it would have achieved all of the requirements that the underground detention tank would have met. Mm-hmm. Additionally, it also complies with meeting the landscape requirement the developer would have met, so he would have killed two birds with one stone. Thirdly, he has to pay someone to drain that tank periodically and change those filters out. And he has to pay someone to maintain his landscaping on that property. If he'd gone with this approach, he would be paying for one maintenance activity because the landscaping would have also taken care of his stormwater requirements. So we did just a fascia analysis of the cost to construct the underground detention tank and the cost to construct the stormwater planters, and our fascia analysis said it was comparable in cost. The long-term savings for the facility is A, your facility is aesthetically more pleasing, and B, you're paying for one maintenance activity, not two. Mm-hmm. And C, you're not, confined space is a pretty significant issue, and you're paying someone to go in there and do confined space entries on those tanks periodically to inspect them. So you've completely circumvented that issue. What I like, and what I keep touting, is you've taken what some people consider a liability and made it an asset. Mm-hmm. So aesthetically, the facilities are much more pleasing to the eye and to the community. So it starts improving quality of life when you start getting regional facilities doing this. So timeline of where we're going. We had the developers workshop on the 19th. Citizen Involvement Committee last Monday. City Commission last night. Meeting with you folks today. And then we're moving to Planning Commission next week, as well as proposing to go to City Commission on the 6th and the 20th. So with our workshop last night with City Commission, one of the questions we had for them is, what kind of burn-in period would you like to have before this becomes effective? So assuming everything is adopted on the 20th, the new standards and the code changes will go into effect 90 days later. That'll give any projects that are in the queue an opportunity to get their ducks in a row. Anything that's in the land use process before that 90-day period is grandfathered into the old standard. Anything that's formally in the land use process after that 90-day period must comply with the new standards. And that's all I have.
Would you go back one slide to I saw something about the underground filters and detention approximate cost, $410,000. Is that correct?
To construct.
To construct?
Yep.
Okay. And then that's your comparison side by side?
Yep.
Oh.
And we use industry accepted construction costs.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Got a few questions, but at the beginning, 1 or 2 slides there, you're indicating some of the watersheds that you're dealing with. If you would, that would be good.
There you go.
You indicate other small drainage channels. We really have a lot of tributaries going into the Beaver Creek, Parrot Creek, and I personally think, and they may be addressed, but in presentations, I think it's important to draw that out because so much of our built area is actually going into that watershed. That's where our expansion has occurred, actually. I had a couple other questions. First of all, I think a previous member of this committee would be very, very pleased. Supported retention as opposed to detention as the major goal. That was Shaw Spady. I believe probably it was a consultant group that spoke to the commission last year at one point, and I posed the question whether there are systems that could utilize existing wells to handle some of the actual retention activities. They said there were, and I think we still have areas in the South End area and other places where we're developing that current wells exist. I had mentioned that he's since passed away, but when that South End area was first developed and houses were being built, Mr. Dinges had mentioned that his water level in his well had been dropping. And if there are opportunities to recharge those, I think there would be another benefit that would arise.
We actually looked at those systems as one of the technologies that we were considering. And from my recollection, to do that, it requires a DEQ permit, specifically allowing it. And while we did not prohibit it, it was not going to be one of our preferred recommendations. If somebody wanted to propose it, we've written into the standards that we have a preferred approach that outlines, first try and implement, LID or infiltration. If you can't do that, then you can fall back to some of the technologies of the previous standard, but basically kicked you straight into. If you can't do that, then you go into a regional system. So if you're dealing with stormwater issues that are not just your property, but other properties, and it might be more advantageous to come up with a regional approach, then that's tier 3. With the final tier being, if you can't comply with any of these, the city will consider a fee in lieu. But our fee in lieu calculations in this manual compared to the previous manual account for a lot more things that people are not going to like in terms of trying to comply with fee in lieu. So we're looking at long-term maintenance aspects, survivability of the plants, all of those things that previous fee in lieu calculations didn't take into account.
The other thing I was going to mention was, of course, Newell Creek Canyon has been a challenge in terms of stormwater flow, and I realize that some of the redevelopment occurred at Safeway trying to address those. But Brian Vaughn, who deals with some of the open space issues, and I know you're familiar with him, we took a walk down there with the the Great Oregon City Watershed Council, and was talking about some possibilities down there. There's an area where it kind of flattens out, and you've got this grass is growing all over the place, to actually put in some natural structures that would slow down the water flow and be able to retain it a bit in that area. What I'm wondering in this context is, are there things that we can do in terms of retrofitting things that we didn't think about earlier on that have really caused some problems for us? I know these are standards that are going to be followed for new development, but could you speak to, even though it might not be in the manual, the potential of doing some retrofits in areas that we have really had some major impacts on? We're pleased, incidentally, that we have a biologist in your position.
Yes, we are pleased.
I really can't speak to some retrofit projects within the natural systems because it wasn't the focus of this project. Right. The standards that we were working on were especially in consideration of the flow control aspect, is to minimize the effects of new development into those natural areas. So previously, what we really worried about is just don't degrade the water quality, but you can change the flow pattern in here and change the peak on that curve so everything discharges slightly differently. We're getting back to now you have to try and mimic the natural system as much as possible. But to your question, Doug, I really couldn't give you an answer on that. It hasn't been the focus of this project, and I'm not versed enough in the conditions down there that I could give you an accurate answer. It'd be a stab in the dark.
I have a question, Martin, and it is good to have a biologist here on staff. You talked about the new things you guys are dealing with are bacteria, mercury, and temperature. And tell me about the bacteria issues. That we talking about sewage overflow issues, or what are we talking about?
Well, the main parameters we're concerned about are total coliforms, fecal coliforms. That's what we're keeping an eye on, and it is associated with the city has a sanitary system. We're just the conveyor. Everything goes over to the treatment plant. They have their own point source NPDES permit that they have to comply with, but we have sampling stations throughout the city. We pull routine water quality samples, and we are concerned about fecal coliforms and total coliforms are the primary aspects of our monitoring program with that. We do not have a TMDL for those at this time.
And you have, as I recall, I think John Lewis came in and gave us a presentation. We requested him to, or maybe it was you, to tell us about all the detention ponds, the other bioremediation areas that you have. And I remember you were expending $38,000 a year on the maintenance of all those.
God, no. It's $160,000 a year.
Was that right?
That's our landscaping contract.
Oh, okay.
We have 122 sites, total square footage. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but our ballpark dollar amount is we're paying about $300 an acre for annual maintenance, which if you own a landscaping company, to maintain a site, 1 acre for an entire year for $300, it's a really good deal.
Yeah, right.
And we actually just renewed that contract. It's in the last year of a 3-year term. And the new ceiling amount is $162,000 something.
That's
I
money
actually just
that,
renewed that today.
That's
So that's the
money-
only reason I know these numbers. Don't be overly impressed.
and that money has arrived comes to you sourced via general fund, or
Well, it depends on the site. So if it's a stormwater facility, then the funds are taken from our stormwater division, from their revenue source. If it's a street facility, so roadside swale, then it's derived from street general fund dollars. It's not PMUF dollars that maintain those. If it is a water department facility, then it's water revenue that pays for all those. But we have it broken down, and I shared that with you guys when I presented
that
that.
was very impressive.
Down to the dime as to who pays what and down to each location.
It struck me that not only being much cheaper than normal traditional landscape, which is of course probably more, elaborate, it's also about 1/3 of the cost of all the hanging baskets.
And we just put the
Excuse
hanging
me,
basket contract
3 to 4
out.
times the cost of the hanging baskets, which
Yeah.
is pretty interesting too. So.
Hanging baskets, we issued that about 3 weeks ago, and that's $34,000 with watering for the full
Right.
summer term.
Hmm.
They'll be up May 1st, by the way.
All right, very interesting.
Yes, sir.
It's not really off topic, but and I'm not intending to put you on the spot, but we have in the last 8-year period I was on the city commission, we had two sewer issues that I knew of. One was this lasted over.
In my
over
2 years that
months.
I've been here, we've had 2 more.
We've had 2 more, and I know of one of them that was close to where I live.
Mhm.
My question is: there a way that you can have internal monitoring when something comes wrong to signal that something's wrong? In one case, it was you were able to determine from a pump station that there was a drop in the pump, but it was not detected until actually Shaw Spady is the one that found the site where the spill was occurring. It was over 60 days, I think.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you can build in monitoring of those pumping stations and have something bleep out at you when something's just out of whack?
So all of our sanitary pump stations are hooked up to our what's called a SCADA system. It's a telemetry system that feeds us real-time information from that pump. It lets us know everything that's going on in the facility. So if it loses power and the generator kicks in, we know that. If we lose prime on the pump, and we know that. If we have a minor failure of a few of the critical components, we know that. When it leaves the pump station and it's basically being forced down the transmission line, we do not have any flow monitoring of anything past the pump station. Creating something like that is very complicated.
I guess the one that comes to mind is the one that happened before your time here, but that was
Newell Creek? Yeah.
Newell Creek. And pump volume had gone down. That is, you weren't pumping as much water because the whole sewer line was actually clogged up. That was taking that from another location and taking to that pump station. Is there a way that you can get warnings when actually the pumping volume has gone down?
When the pressure drops on the downhill side of the pump, we'll know from the uphill side of the pump, where we're creating head, we'll know there because we'll lose prime. On the downhill side, it's not something that, again, I'm not an engineer. Mm-hmm. I just stayed at a Holiday Inn, but it's something I'd have to look into, Doug. I don't have a really firm grasp of that to give you an answer on it. I know that in situ flow systems to monitor flows through the pipe are extremely complicated, and it requires a completely independent SCADA repeater. And the difficulty with those is the best technology out there for those is radio, believe it or not, and getting a signal out of the canyon is nearly impossible. I have one station that is near there, and it's one of them that I'm constantly getting nuisance alarms that says we've lost communications just because one thing changes in the atmosphere and we lose the radio signal. But I can look into that and try and get you an answer, but I don't have one for you today. I'm sorry, I'm batting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Batting 500 for you tonight.
Going back to your $300 per acre, my rudimentary calculations say that you're maintaining 550 acres at
Sounds about right.
rate.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. That's twice the size of Clackamas Community College, the entire footprint of their grounds. That's really amazing. So, and you must attribute that to simple approaches then?
Capitalism. It's
What?
a bid. It's capitalism. It's a bid policy. So we put it out to bid and said, local landscaping contractors, give us your best competitive bid.
But it must be a simple approach.
No, it's actually pretty complicated. Stop by sometime. I'll go over the
I'd like
spreadsheet
to
with
see
you.
more. That's really amazing. Yeah.
It'll.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt. No offense.
Okay.
But yeah, it was just a bid process. We put together pretty stringent requirements, and then we took all the sites, created 3 zones within the city, divided the zones up so that each of the contractors got an equal share, and then put it out to bid and relied on, fair market economy to get us some good cost. Any questions regarding the stormwater manual? So again, we're going to be going to Planning Commission on Monday.
Monday the 13th.
So Alita will be representing Public Works. The city engineer will be representing Public Works at that meeting. I'll be out of town. And Pete will be representing Planning. If you're interested, I recommend that you come there. Brown and Caldwell, our engineer, our project engineer for this, will be present at that meeting, and they can answer probably some of your more engineering related questions.
I would like to see this body do some commendation aspect, a letter or something, a resolution, something simple that we could do tonight.
Well, my hope is just to get general
it would help
consensus from your group so that when this is part of our outreach effort, I do have to report back to City Commission that I have spoken with you, and that the consensus from the meeting was support from NRC. So,
think we could take a
Madam
vote.
Chairwoman, if I can ask you to, and it doesn't have to be a formal motion, but if we can just have some consensus from the committee members, that would be great.
Does anyone have any issues or concerns about that? No?
I think
No.
we should give more than consensus or a vote of approval, a unanimous vote if we feel that way. I don't know.
Should we review the manual first?
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't,
mean,
we haven't read it.
Right now,
You haven't read
we would
it.
be
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just real impressed with your
Yeah.
approach. I'm
Yeah.
real,
Yeah.
the
Again,
fact-
again, the only
It's
thing
very
that we're required to ask of you guys, and this is why we're not asking for a formal motion, is
Okay.
that there's consensus of support.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be comfortable with a statement like that,
Yeah.
just an expression that we support the approach.
The
being
model
taken.
that's been, yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think any of us are engineers either, are we?
No, no. Yeah.
A lot of
Okay.
biologists.
All right, well, it sounds like we have, do we need a motion on this, or should we? No,
I
okay,
like what
yeah.
Doug just said, that we.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
he
I think
said,
that's
thank
well
you.
put, yeah.
Yep.
That we support the model. And we appreciate it being
Yes.
brought to us. It's very informative.
No problem. I appreciate your time, and again, you're welcome to participate at any point during the process. There is a website on the city's webpage with the standards, all available for public review. And that is actually on the bottom of that little
Yeah.
worksheet that we prepared, and I will get that mailed out to you guys first thing in the morning.
Okay?
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
You're welcome.
There we go. That way. Come on, go the other way. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. All right, next item. Legislation text.
Just turn this projector off. Okay, so the next item is a discussion with respect to our goals and work plan. And I think in order to frame the discussion, I would just explain what we've done so far as a committee. And then I'd like to hear from you what your concerns are. Tony Conkle has spoken to you about the direction that he's hoping to take. And Mayor Holliday could not be here this evening. He's not feeling well. So what I would like to do is, in anticipation of a work session with the City Commission to discuss our role and the work that you have all done over the last 2 years to amend our bylaws and provide a draft of those. Any concerns that you may have now that we have new membership on the committee as well, to go back through those briefly and refresh our memories. It's been a couple of months since we met. The city has this, and there's a kind of a sidebar discussion going on. The planning department has taken staff liaison responsibility for the Citizen Involvement Committee. And Laura Turway, associate planner, is working with the Citizen Involvement Committee to work on a model of bylaws for them. And I think it'll be a helpful model for us to look at as a committee. That's a work in progress. There are a lot of different points of view as to what those bylaws should say and what form they should take and how they should integrate with city leadership. So that's going on as well. And before I begin, are there any concerns or questions you have about this so that I can discuss it a little more? Yeah.
Well, I have one.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I have one too, but I'll hear from
Yeah.
other people. Well, my first concern is I haven't read Municipal Code Chapter 2.56,
Right.
which outlines the duties and responsibilities,
Yeah,
so that I
okay.
know in context where
Okay.
we fit in.
Okay.
So do we have, has anyone read that? or-
That's what we looked at when we developed our bylaws.
Yeah, but,
That was but I haven't looked at it in a long
yeah,
time.
so any changes
Right.
that come about, I would think would be held up against
Right.
the,
Against chapter 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
okay. Other-
My questions, I guess, are I guess, two. One of them is, I think this whole thing splits into two pieces. I mean, the work plan piece, I mean, that never was a piece for someone else's approval. It was our work plan for the next 2 years. We certainly shared it so others could understand exactly what we were doing, but I think that's in one category. We finished it, we're implementing it, we probably want to revisit it, halfway through, which is to say later this year, and say, does it need revisions, modifications? But other than that, I don't know that there's a lot more time to put it on the work plan right
Okay.
now. But now set that apart, and then the other side of this, the bylaws side of it, that's a whole different discussion, because I mean, that's one that needs to be approved at a policy level by the mayor, by the city council, whatever the mechanism that's ultimately decided. We started out when we developed this draft with the understanding we were using the system that created the first set of bylaws, and that is we created draft revisions to it that would go to the city council for approval as revised bylaws for our advisory group. But now we understand, from Tony, from Mayor Holliday, that there is some thinking about more standardized approaches, and that's still in the works. Given that that's going on, I'm not sure what we do with our draft bylaws in the meantime. I mean, we already have a draft. We finished it.
We do. And we
And
adopt.
until we know what's going on with this consolidated approach, I mean, it isn't clear to me what we provide to others that will be useful in that consolidated approach. Am I missing something there? Or
No, I think you framed it right. Yeah. Are there any other points of view about that?
Not about that, I have something else.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what just happened, in terms of, it was coordinated with Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and Planning and City Commissions on it, at least an annual basis, that results in good communication and mutual beneficial results. Clearly what's been discussed today by Martin is something that we're all interested in, and I think perhaps many of the activities or things that we would like to talk about really fall in the purview of Public Works. And so I'd like to see that Public Works is actually added to this particular piece too.
Work plan?
Hmm?
To what part? The work plan?
Well, you have here, well, what is it, it's Article 4 in responsibilities. And
Right.
under number 5, you call out you call out Parks and Recreation.
Oh, right.
And
I
the
see.
Planning Commission.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
bring in Public Works
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the things he's been talking about, I think, are interesting. In fact, somewhat exciting to some of us. And so I'd call that in. And we don't know what the study session is going to bring about, whether we're going to be with the planning department, whether we're going to be with somebody else. I don't know if that's part of the discussion that's going to happen in the study session. And so I'm wondering, if you don't mind me saying so, I'm wondering if this is a little bit premature.
It may be. I haven't checked back in with Tony about this question with Mayor Holliday either.
Yeah.
So I think you're probably right.
Mhm.
What we would like to see unfold is a little more feedback from the CIC, the Citizen Involvement Council, and from Mayor Holliday and Tony himself. Tony got called up for grand jury duty
I don't teach you.
a week ago, and he went, "What?" But he could be gone for a week. He could be gone for a month. Once, and I am checking in with him on this, but I don't have an answer for you on it yet. I do feel that any discussion that we have with respect to the bylaws, we should still have the document that you worked on as a reference for the city commission at the work session, and that we explained how we arrived at that, because it was a lot of good hard work on it, and we did look back at our very long scope of activities in our current bylaws and managed to winnow those down to something that we felt as a committee that we could work on. So I think that needs to be continually stated. I feel like we are making good progress on our work plan, which is another thing that we need to point out. Yeah.
So from a timing standpoint, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking that at our next meeting next month, we should be able to have a clearer idea of what might happen with our Chapter 2 as far as revisions, if any, to that. And we bounce that off of you. And also get more feedback from the City Commission. I'd like to see us have a work session with the City Commission within a month, for sure, and we'll have a full committee, which will be important too. Yeah,
That'll be a good thing.
Okay, so should we move everything 7A
Item
to
7A?
next month?
Okay.
As I say, I'd sort of split up the bylaws issue from the work plan, because I think they're very different things. I mean, the work plan is something we have under our control and are moving forward on. This bylaws issue is the one that we're waiting for input and guidance and direction from above on where to go next.
So are you saying, Doug, that it would be nice to focus in on bylaws only and not work plan?
Well, I'm just saying they're different issues.
Right,
I mean, I don't think there's a reason to any longer to treat them as one issue.
Right.
Because one of them's a work in progress that we're off working on, and
Right.
the other one is something that the powers that be are sorting
Yeah,
out.
right.
How do you feel about that, Pete? Is that
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that we can continue to make productive efforts and furtherance of our work plan, and not worry too much about the bylaws issue at this point, but we'll still be working on it as staff and bring it back to you at the May 13th meeting.
Yeah, that's how it seems to me. I mean,
Yep.
you, the city, needs to tell us something before we can do much more there, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, item 8.
Pardon?
Next item, item 8.
Okay, great. So I have a bunch of communications. First and foremost, I wanted to, we are having Arbor Day on Monday, April 13th at Eastham Community School. You've got a copy of our flyer. The main planting event will be from 1 to 3:30. It's an in-service day for Oregon City School District. From what I understand from talking to Friends of Trees and with the school, they already have as many volunteers as they can organize, which is great. They have scouts, they have Blue Heron Alternative School, and students from the college. You're welcome to come and pitch in. We'll be planting 22 trees, pretty good-sized trees that are going to require some pretty large holes to be dug with the help of the Friends of Trees program. So most of the organization for the event has been done by the school district and by Friends of Trees as well. And it should be a fun event. We're also hoping to use this event as a springboard for the Berkeley Hills and the McLaughlin neighborhoods fall planting events with Friends of Trees. And that's going to be much bigger project where people can get discount street trees and yard trees. And we'll be promoting that through the fall, through Friends of Trees, and meeting with the neighborhoods to promote that activity as the year moves forward. And the other event is the Earth Day Cleanup, which is being organized through the Code Enforcement and Parks Department. That's on Saturday. They do need volunteers for a lot of activities down at Clackamas Park. And I believe if you wanted to coordinate with Nancy Bush to see what can be done, she's got room for lots of slots, and it's a partnership with Solve and various other sponsors. And that's all day on Saturday, starting at 9 o'clock.
We can make the Saturday one.
Yeah, that may be more convenient for people.
I'll just mention the Abernathy Park and Green Restoration. It's
Right.
indicated there as team leaders Rita. It's actually, well, actually, it is the team leader, but that's the Oregon City Watershed Council's project.
It's a Greater Oregon City Watershed Council project. Okay, great.
What are you going to be doing there?
Mostly dealing with invasives that have come in, but we've been pretty much on top of that. We did a lot of plantings earlier on.
Good.
Well, I'm planning to show up, and should be a good time.
I suggest bring tools.
And
We don't have
gloves.
that many tools.
Bring your own hand tools, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pruning equipment and shovels.
Okay.
And tools.
Let's see. Some notes that we gave to the City Citizen Involvement Council the other night. So we're working to transfer the Citizen Involvement Council over to planning since we are primarily the department that deals with land use and issues of that sort. So we have a staff of 4, so we've divided up the neighborhood associations between the planners. Each one of us has 3 neighborhood associations that we're going to attend two meetings a year for each neighborhood association, just to communicate better and get feedback.
Who presently has responsibility for the CIC department?
We do now. Planning does. It was with Katie Riggs.
Oh, it was administrative.
Yeah, and it was in City Hall.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, and now it's transferred to us. Sorry? The neighborhood association chairs will start to receive land use notifications for all land use items in the city. They may forward the list as needed, and others are encouraged to sign up for the information RSS feeds on our city website. Talked about Arbor Day.
I had a question on
Yeah.
that. Previously, they were just sending the ones having to do with that neighborhood association.
Right,
Now
this
they're
will be
going to send for the
citywide.
whole city.
Yeah, so you're going to have to kind of screen them if it's of interest to your neighborhood association. Yeah, yeah. It's easier that way for staff. It may not be easier for you, but, you know, a lot of the projects do have citywide impacts, you know, if it's using a collector or road that's using an area. Commercial projects, for example, anything that's legislative or quasi-judicial, zone changes and that sort of thing. But that's what we'll be doing. We're going to be having the Grateful Shred annual event where it's basically out with the old recycling. It's in the police department parking lot on April 25th. I believe they recycle cell phones and they will shred documents that you need shredded in a secure manner. And there's some other electronics collections that they do, which is a good thing, batteries and light bulbs and stuff like that.
On the shredding event, I think they shred so much for free, but I think there's a certain amount that you have to pay for. Is that correct? If you exceed a certain amount?
I can check on that. Yeah, there's probably something on the website about that.
Yeah, well, we can check that.
Yeah.
Who is doing that event? You guys?
Police.
The police department puts it
The
on.
police department. Okay.
Yeah. April 1st, the library will, oh, that's already passed, will be asking City Commission to approve the staff request to move from design documents to construction documents for the library expansion. They did receive Historic Review Board approval in late February and has been working regularly with McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. They're still on track to break ground late this summer, and the contractors are working on construction plans now. Big news for Blue Heron, which some of you may already know, is that with the Willamette Falls project, they have selected 3 finalists to design the public river walk in downtown Oregon City. Listed alphabetically by prime consultant, the selected finalists are James Corner Field Operations with Place Studio and Miller Hull, Meyer Reed with Stoneheader and Dialogue, and Walker Macy with Thomas Balsey Associates. These teams, which were selected from 14 submitted proposals, will be invited for interviews to be conducted in May. Selection of the winning team is expected by June, after which the teams will work on a look and design of the Riverwalk and how it relates to the landscape and to the people who will be using it. And this will be the start of a robust and engaging public process to help define these elements over the course of 18 months. The Natural Resources Committee will be receiving a presentation from the selected group in that process. So that is a collaboration between Oregon City, Clackamas County, Metro, State of Oregon, and the private owner Falls Legacy LLC. And the project aims to create an iconic place that honors the site's history and culture, restores habitat, drives economic development, and opens to the public the beauty and grandeur of the falls. And that's on the Falls website. That's the blurb that's on there. That's the updates on that. The question that Jerry had about the Cove, the Urban Renewal met on 1st of April to discuss a disposition and development agreement. Eric Underwood, our Economic Development Director, presented this. He goes into some detail about what the proposal is for the site, talking a lot about the complexity of the grading and floodplain issues involved. They had asked to push back the deadline date of some of the fundamental preconditions for the development agreement to July 1st, 2015. And some of those are preconditions. There are many, but one of them is that they need to be submitting their land use approvals, all of them, by that, by the, I believe, the May 31st deadline. But so that's going to be a big issue because they have an overarching concept plan, which is still good, but all of the subsequent phases, which are smaller site plans that need to be taken care of, and the phasing itself needs to be amended to reflect what is going on in this time frame. So we're hopeful that they can do that, and we look forward to working with them on those applications when they come in.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I was asking for a future agenda item to look at the stewardship aspects of your manager, David, when this whole thing was kind of in turmoil 3 years ago, asked that some money be expended, and it was with David Evans and Associates to come up with some ways of stewarding some blocks of trees and doing some grading elements that would not be so harmful. And when I saw Laura here maybe a month ago, you're one of your staff, she's in charge of this, I guess, a lot of the design review or something, or certain aspects.
She did the design review on their apartments.
Okay, on the apartments. Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, now you're going to start, apparently, with the Main Street work's going to occur in this phase, not just apartment work, but Main Street improvements.
Right.
And I asked her specifically, do you know what's going on with the stewarding of the trees that was built into the project before? And she said, I don't know. And now it has to go through a complete review again. So that's my
Right.
question. This
Right.
committee, and members of this committee and others tried to advocate, and the developers were good with it. David got behind the whole effort to try to bring consensus, and I'd sure like to know in the future, as an agenda item, where that stands.
Sure. Yeah, because the David Evans Associates input and the consensus to preserve blocks of trees
Yeah.
along the edge was tied to a site-specific development plan, which has since expired and needs to be resubmitted.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not going away. The issue will still be there. They need to come back before Planning Commission again and be reviewed, and then the Natural Resources Committee as well.
Do you think this committee could look at it before it goes to planning commission? That's my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe one of the specific questions that will come up, because my understanding, the development agreement applies only to these garden apartments behind the shopping center at this point. There was a grander scheme, of course, that included condominiums there on the east bank. And I'm pretty sure they're going to have to do cut and fill in order to get the apartments completed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess when they do the condominiums too, there's going to have to be additional cut and fill.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not the plan. That development agreement is not what
not
you're
effective.
dealing with at this point.
Oh, okay.
And I think it'd be very beneficial for actually staff, somebody on the planning commission to come, planning commission, planning staff to come and talk to us in terms of their concept of how that might proceed, because there may have to be more than one piece of cut and fill at different stages, and I'm sure it's changed, at least in operation, how that might occur. So I think it'd be a real benefit to have a little discussion about that.
About the floodplain.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, in this report, which is online, you can find it. It states that extraordinary costs that require substantial public investment are based on the following. Project site needs very significant fill in order to bring the site above the 100-year flood level. Slopes adjacent to the lake must be regraded. Prior fills in the project site need to be excavated and refilled with engineered fill. Buried construction debris needs to be excavated and refilled. And topsoil needs to be imported. Retaining walls need to be built in order to stabilize regraded slopes. Power lines and poles need to be relocated on Agnes. And steel piles along the lake's shoreline need to be removed or retrofitted for another use. In addition, project site currently lacks the infrastructure necessary for a quality mixed-use development. So all those things need to be done through the site plan review process. So that's what, then there's a much more detail actually in the development agreement itself.
So can we
Yeah.
place that on the future agenda item list for next month so that we keep it in front of us? Yeah.
As a discussion.
I ran across the file that had all the David Evans documents in it, in my historical stuff. And it's very well done. Very well done. So,
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, communications from board members? So everyone, let's go around and everyone have something to share?
Want something real quick here, actually, mostly because Bill's here. Bill, we're among the other projects in our work plan. One of the little things we're embarking on is the preparation of a little brochure targeted on landowners and citizens relative to small urban streams and good practices for individual landowners. And I've been putting together a little group that is working on that and is going to be developing a draft later this year to bring back to the full committee for their review. But it strikes me that you've got such a strong background in this area that I should suck you into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're willing here, I'll contact you and give you an opportunity to hop into one of those discussions if you'd like to.
Great.
I would very much.
Brian?
Yeah, I don't really have anything.
Okay. Well, I'll let you two go and then I'll go.
Okay.
I guess one thing, the this is not within Oregon City, but it impacts Abernathy Creek. People may know the Street of Dreams that's there on what is called Hidden Lake. There's been a diversion there for many, many years that feeds into that lake from Abernathy Creek. It was identified by by a consultant to the Great Oregon City Watershed Council that this might be a substantial barrier for juvenile migration out. I talked to the developer of that site, and he's going to permit. He's going to give permission to get a key to the site for us to look at it, perhaps try to identify what the problems of passage issues there are, and perhaps to find, maybe through OWEB or other sources, funding to go ahead and correct that area. He's pretty certain that the president of the Homeowners Association there will be amenable to taking us out there and so forth.
Good.
Great.
It's quite a large lake. It's about 20 acres, isn't it?
I think so. I never went out there, so I don't know.
Your turn, Jerry.
I'm just passing around a little bit of literature here on upcoming cruises, and I want you to be aware that all these have, I need that one.
Okay.
All these have very strong, let's give that one to,
Oh, he's got one. He says.
okay. Yeah, I did give you one.
Okay.
All
get
these
one already,
have a
Pete.
strong environmental component. The cruises that I'm doing will have an interpreter on them, covering environmental points of interest. This one in May 23rd on Saturday celebrates Tom McCall's life. Doug's wife gave me some contacts in Portland that actually are part of a society that celebrates Tom McCall, and did he get listed, his birthday, as an important birthday this year?
I'll come back to an announcement if I might.
All right. But this cruise is going to feature a different kind of jet boat. All right, I want you to be aware of this. This is a vessel I'm trying to pioneer to use in this area because it can navigate between all the fishing people. It's covered, it's a year-round vessel, and you don't even need a microphone to be on board that thing and narrate. And the Willamette jet boats, I've used them now for probably 6 years. They're fine, but the inherent thing with them is the spins, which I don't exactly like all the time for some of the people that I'm working with. So Explorer is coming to Oregon City. We tested it last summer and it worked really well. It'll start out with salmon bake at our site and then depart for a 3-hour cruise, and it will have a strong environmental component. I just wanted you to be aware of that. I'm going to have people on board that are celebrating certain characters of history. Stafford Hansel was a pig farmer out of Eastern Oregon that really got McCall's interest in celebrating Central Oregon. How do we deal with the landscapes over there? L.B. Day, I call him the Jimmy Hoff of Oregon, had a lot to do with Oregon City and this mill here. He was actually in this mill many times negotiating what he expected people to do. And then Tom McCall, I have a 6'9" young man, asked Doug if he'd consider this. He said, no, I'm going to be McLaughlin the rest of my life. Didn't you tell me that?
No, I didn't quite say that.
My 6'9" young man is going to not say a lot, but he will present the character of Tom McCall. Second one is the series of cruises coming to Oregon City called Explore Oregon City, Oregon City Cruise Tour. These are being sponsored by the Portland Spirit, Oregon City Civic Improvement Trust, our organization, Mounted Territory of Tourism and so forth. And I want you to just be aware that on the third page called Marketing, this is the value of having joined forces with the Portland Spirit, is that we were able to put together 7 different target areas, well, 6 different target areas of promotion that I never realized are possible, that they use. And that's going to really help us a lot. All sorts of media, I can't begin to discuss the Twitters and the tweeters and the whatever, but between the email blasts, which we're starting to do now, and other things, they have a huge, bigger dimension of how they promote things. And then the cruises are going to be on Tuesdays, starting June 23rd, and there's 16 dates listed here. That doesn't mean that everyone will go, but there's 16 dates on Tuesdays. This will be their new product to replace going around Sauvie's Island on what was called the Lewis and Clark Discovery Tour. That was what was going well, and then it finally kind of wore out. It did not include a bus component, so you could explore things ashore. It was go all the way down the Columbia offshore, Sauvie's Island, turn back upriver by St. Helens and come up Multnomah Channel. A wonderful trip, but all the time was on board the vessel. This is half on buses, nice buses, and the other half is on the vessel. And of course the vessel, a $3 million vessel. I'll have to tell you I'm a little nervous about river levels, not just because we have low water now, because when we came by in October off the mouth of Clackamas, I asked them very specifically to give me their best captain, and I got this guff, like, we know what we're doing. I said, I really want you to get the best captain because I'm really concerned about depths off the Clackamas. And when they came by there, they reported to me, when they got to John Storm Park dock, we're at the dock and there's 7 feet of water under us. I said, what was the water when you came around by the turn of Clackamas Park? And a little later they called me back and said, well, we had 3 feet of water. And I said, what was today's tide? It was 3 feet. You get my picture here?
Mm-hmm.
It's a real serious issue that's evolving as far as navigation goes. The Clackamas is pumping so much gravel into the river and there's been no commercial navigation. The locks is a wonderful idea, but to get to the locks means you have to have a channel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just putting it out there that we may have problems in September with this run. Pete and I talked earlier, we're about 3 feet above sea level here, technically speaking. I told him I don't want this on the record, but since every inch of rise on the ocean produces something here in Oregon City, I'm kind of, looking toward the future, thinking that navigation will be easier.
It's on the record. You just said it.
I know. There's salt water actually coming into Longview right now, plumes of salt water because of low water this time of year, which is typical. So there was discussion last El Nino cycle that there might be salt water in Portland Harbor. That was back in about 1980. So pretty amazing.
If he asks a question, I'll answer it.
Yes, sir.
The state senate and the House have voted to have Tom McCall's birthday as a non-vacation holiday. It came a little late. The signing is going to occur, I think, is in a week or two.
Wow.
I can get the date to you, and you can circulate it out. Unfortunately, we've missed the 100th anniversary of his birth. That was this year, but maybe they can start off with the new century of the Tom McCall era in a big way.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was done by particularly senators and representatives from the coast were the ones that introduced the bill.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay, well, I just want you to know I came back from China and I saw blue skies many days that I was there, which I did not expect. The topography and the geology of the major Beijing and Jian and Shanxi province are very similar to like Los Angeles, where they are surrounded by mountains, and then there's the air doesn't turn over very well. But there were blue skies, and there is a national effort, mandate, call for everyone to become environmentally engaged. There are posters everywhere. They've reduced emissions. They're looking at scrubbing technologies. They're building nuclear power plants. There's a trade-off for the coal. There's water conservation efforts, and it's in the advertising everywhere. If you're a good citizen, you are conserving energy, you are recycling. I've never seen recycling at the point. In the schools that I visited, there was a person in charge of sorting through all the trash to make sure that the trash went into the trash, and there was anything that could go into recycling, it went into recycling, and that all the recycling was sorted and it was ready to go. And that was their job. And they were very proud of it. So I see a big change in 2 different regions in China. It's the same. It's very consistent. There's less trash everywhere. The air is cleaner. Less people wearing masks and things. I mean, and the blue sky. I have these wonderful panoramic pictures of being on the Great Wall and seeing the mountains out in the distance that I did not expect to see. And it's good to know that we're not the only people in the world that care about the planet. So I welcome China to our efforts, and happy that they're working with our country to see what they can do, because they realize how important it is. They're in dire straits as well. They're running out of running water from the mountains. There's a lot of dry riverbed. Their fresh fish population has been decimated. And they need to clean their air, and they know it, but they're committed to making that change. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I've got great pictures of blue skies and mountain in China
That's
if you'd
I'd
like
love
to see it.
some of the pictures.
Yeah, yeah, I've got some panoramas there, so I'll pass them around, but that's all I have
Really
to say.
gives you some perspective
Yeah.
when you see.
Oftentimes we forget where we were about 30 or 40
Uh-huh.
years ago. Burning rivers and other
Oh,
things.
right, yeah, and
It's nothing like being able to find people if they're putting recyclables in their garbage, of course.
yeah.
Get their hearts and minds to follow you.
And it's nice, you get a country like China, when they set their mind to something, they get it done. And now,
On a
if-
huge scale.
yeah, and if we can inspire movement in that direction, that would be great. So that's what I
Why
want.
did you go there?
Administrative exchange program.
Oh, okay.
We're learning best practices from each other. China has a phenomenal standards-based system as far as how they ensure that every child has a solid education. They go to school from 7:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock at night. They work very, very hard as students. They learn a great deal. They're very sharp. But they're not as engaged as our students are because it's all one way from the teacher to the student, and the student parrots back. But there's no engagement where kids are coming up with doing inquiry-based learning or trying to come up with questions of themselves that they have to answer. And they wanted to learn how to do that from us. So I did professional development workshops for teachers. I taught students classes in English and to model what it was like to have high engagement activities that were inquiry based. So that's why we went. It was to share our best practices. So I learned a lot from their university connection to the provinces and how they foster excellent teaching, which we do not have. I mean, we have excellent teachers and we have a good system, but they're not connected. And they're not integrated well enough to really, kind of bring it to scale and have a huge impact. And on our side, we have some excellent teachers that have great strategies that everyone does, but it's not connected in a systematic way. So put those two things together, and the idea is that some of my staff members will go to Jian province and teach there for a few months next year, and then some of their teachers will come here.
Great.
And then my students will go, and then their students will go. So it's we're building the capacity for that, and mutual learning and benefit from each other, and it's a very exciting program.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Those are amazing photos.
Yeah.
So is this something primarily is doing, or other districts are doing the same thing?
Districts around the state. Yeah, there's
Districts around the state.
yeah. It's a nationwide effort. So Oregon is one of the key partners in this particular. It's called the China-America Administrative Exchange Shadowing Project. So it's a foundation in Boston that's meant to encourage exchange of ideas between countries. So we're in the China partnership, and there are partnerships with other countries as well. So yeah, it's a pretty good program. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we're going to adjourn. I would like to thank you for sitting in the meeting, and
Thanks, Bill.
we appreciate you coming here tonight and letting us get to know you a little bit. So.
Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
All right.
Good.
Okay. Meeting.